Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are very happy to see you again. We had a great week of squash so far, and we are today at the semi-final day. Very exciting. 4 matches today. Great squash in our future. Okay, hopefully you will enjoy it. I'm going to start with the first match. But before I do that, I have some practical things to tell you. If you have an orange band, wristband, you're allowed to sit behind the back wall. There's all these bleachers here. When you have a yellow wristband for the side wall, red is general admission, and which one is that? The green one is for upstairs, the mezzanine. My arms are not long enough anymore. I need some binoculars. Okay, let's introduce the first match, the first players. And the first player I want to introduce to you, she's from the United States of America. She had a great tournament so far, beating Olivia Fichter and Rachel Arnold. She's world ranked 24. She joined the PCA Tour full-time in 2019, living in Philadelphia. Her hobbies are reading and art. Ladies and gentlemen, Sabrina Sobhy. Today, she beat Lucy Turner in the quarterfinal. She's from New Zealand, but living in Bristol, world ranked number 6. She's 33 years of age. Her hobbies are family and beach. She's the number 2 seed of this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, Joelle King.
Welcome everybody to this Squash on Fire. Welcome everybody to this Squash on Fire Washington Squash Championships, and we have the first semi-finals, and it's the women's match between Joelle King, the number 2 seed of New Zealand, and Sabrina Sobhy of the USA. Joelle King currently 6th in the world. She's been as high as 3 on the tour now for quite some time. 33 years of age, a wealth of experience. This Kiwi player. She's up against Sabrina Sobhy, who's had a fantastic week this week, coming through from the prelim round, unseeded. Well, I'm Simon Park, and joining me is the 5 times Merseyside champion, Connor Sheen. How you doing, Connor?
Evening, Parky.
Just about see you through those glass walls. Great schedule tonight with the 2 women's semi-finals and the 2 men's semi-finals. Sabrina Sobhy through in against Olivia Fichter, who was the number 4 seed earlier on in the tournament in 3 games. That was looking like it was going to be a little bit closer, but a great win for Sobhy, that one. Joelle King just coming through.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. These two had a big battle at the British Open, with Joelle winning 3-2 in, I think it was 13-11 in the 5th game. So obviously it's going to be a close game based on that. They also played at the NetSuite Open in 2021, with Joelle winning that one in a tight 2-1 and that best of 3 format. So I think you can expect it to be close and a lot of long quality rallies.
Type of player she gives her all in every match. She's one of those players who you wouldn't necessarily call a shot player or anything like that, but she digs in and she's not going to make it easy for
Going to be some pretty long rallies in this first game. Each player just feeling each other out. A little bit more attritional, you feel, to start with. Some nice work down the backhand side. That's good movement from Joelle King, taking the ball out in front for that forehand drop shot, taking the time away from her American opponent.
Yeah, I've heard good things about this court as well. That it takes a nice ball in boarded. So I think that will probably play more into the hands of Joelle, able to extend the court like she did in that last point.
Is that news that you're receiving from your best pal Patrick Rooney?
It was, yeah. A few other people as well. I know I've said it, but yeah, Patrick did tell me that.
Yeah, he had a very good match earlier on in the week against Mohamed ElShorbagy. Just Just a slightly lucky return there from Sobhy. She apologises to King. Both of these players, excellent movers. Yeah. Excellent movers on the court, renowned for their athleticism. King, of course, the slightly taller, takes the longer strides. Very difficult to get the ball past her when she's playing well around the middle of the court. Sabrina, Sobhy, just perhaps a little bit busier in a movement.
Yeah, she plays quite a bit differently to her sister, Amanda. She likes to take the ball in and volley a lot more than Sabrina, I'd say, Amanda. So, interesting how the two styles are from the sisters.
Yeah, that's right. I think they're both attacking, but in different ways. Sabrina uses her movement, I think, a little bit more maybe. So that seems to be her super strength.
Yeah.
Take the ball as early as possible. Like I say, she doesn't maybe volley as much as her sister, but not many people do.
Yeah.
That's a good start for King. She's been very accurate in this first game, this first semi-final here in Washington. Just clipping the top of the tin there. It was on, wasn't it, Connor, that shot? Right shot to play, definitely.
Yep.
What would you say would be the tactics against somebody like Joelle King?
I think you've got to try and drag her into the corners and test her movement, because she is one of the taller women on the PSA tour. I think when the ball's around the middle and it's shoulder height, it's very comfortable and plays right into her hand. So I'd be trying to use a lot of angles, low and hard kills, straight and cross, just to kind of disrupt, because she's a really good squash player with the way that she can dominate the middle. And having been on the receiving end of a lot of people who just dominate the middle, you don't really get much joy from just trying to hit out all the time. You have to try something different, take the ball in short.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to try and get the ball in the extremities, I feel, against someone like King. Very, 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 very precise against her.
Yeah, it's well tidied up. As I say, anything around that shoulder height where she can volley, she's going to do some damage.
Just using a little bit of height on the front wall, Joelle King, mixing it up nicely.
Yeah, she's got into a rhythm really early here, Joelle.
Yeah, it's a clever shot. Clever shot there from Sobhy. That's the kind of thing she needs to do, just break it up a little bit, change the angles. Well, it's all gone the way of the New Zealander so far in this first game. She's looked as good as she's ever been. It was a real challenge, a worrying prospect today from Sabrina Sobhy, but this first game looks like it's in the hands of the Kiwi. 6 game balls now to King. I think the play is just a little bit too open from Sobhy. Just allowing King to tidy up, basically, hit some nice straight lines. That was the first slightly loose one, and it was punished by Sobhy. So 1 game ball saved, Connor.
Yeah, that's the type of thing she needs to do. She needs to try and just push up the court, even if Joelle is on the volley, she needs to be right up behind her, making sure that she can cover anything that Joelle puts short. But she definitely needs to be more proactive.
Yeah, definitely, and just more precise around the court. That lob just going out of court, and you can see a little bit disappointed there, Sabrina Sobhy, but a great first game from Joelle King. So Joelle King, the number 2 seed from New Zealand, takes the first game 11-5 in 9 minutes. She leads by 1 game to love. So Joelle King, the number 2 seed from New Zealand, starts us off in the second game, leading by 1 game to love in this semi-final. Squash on fire, open. Connor, do you think that there's going to be an improvement from Sobhy here?
I'd hope so. Whether I think it's going to happen, I'm not sure, because I think Joelle is just too dominant. It would take a big drop off from Joelle and errors creeping in, which I just don't really see happening.
Yeah, she has been very impressive here so far, King. I do think that whilst King is probably an 8 or 9 out of 10 in terms of performance, Sobhy is just dipping around the 7 mark. I think she can play better. Shots like that onto the volley are too easy for King.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if she's able. I know it's been a tough week for her. She's had some tough matches throughout the week. Whether that's plaguing her a little bit in this semi-final, and she can't really push the pace.
Well, you say she's had some tough matches. None of them have gone over 40 minutes so far. They've been tricky encounters, like I mentioned, Olivia Victor, but in fact that match was just 35 minutes. I'm sure the stress levels are pretty high, but and obviously she's not used to being at this stage of the event, which obviously Joelle King is very experienced.
Yeah, I think all the matches that she's played they've been three love, but the first one they were all really tight games, and then she played Olivia Victor, who obviously being ranked a lot higher and a compatriot, that there would have been a lot of stress with that, a lot of feelings with that, emotional wise.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't think Sobhy's going to be particularly tired physically, but perhaps just emotions are running high, being in this semi-final. Obviously on home turf as well.
That's a better line. The type of thing you've got to do. You've got to try and drag Joelle into the corners. I think a bit of hold as well in the swing would go a long way.
Absolutely, and keeping her off that forehand volley. I mean, quite a few points where she's cross-courted. That's
Yeah.
a better cross-court. And it's onto the volley of Joelle King. Oh my word, she doesn't need that. Joelle King, I'm not sure how genuine that apology is. But at least she made one.
Your favourite shot in that party? The miss hit winner.
Watch it. I don't need to use that when I play against you.
Made a career out of miss hit winners, didn't you?
Just so lucky.
Yeah.
So we did think we'd get a bit more of a response from Sobhy. She'll be a little bit disappointed and frustrated with herself at the moment. Obviously, as we keep saying, it's a fantastic achievement to be in this position, but she'll certainly want more. Just a few rumblings in the crowd. It's quite an interesting setup, isn't it, Connor, with the bar being on the right-hand side. Notice that people are being a lot more still on that right-hand side now. It's been given the law.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about the club. Obviously, they hosted the men's world teams, the previous men's world team championships, and in terms of a squash club, I think it's got everything that you'd want.
Yeah, I think that was 2018 and 2019 of the world men's teams. Has to be a stroke for Sobhy. She just needs a bit of momentum now, the American. Just take her time a little bit. She's got the serve here at 3-8. Just try and string a few points together somehow. A bit more precision. That was very, very impressive. I saw her sort of lining up for it. I thought, surely not, but she managed to put it away there, Connor.
Yeah, I think she's trying to figure out. She's starting to figure out how to get a few points against Joelle. She's taking it in a bit more. The pace is changing slightly. Might be a little too late in this game and in the match, but she's looking a bit more confident out there.
So 6 game balls for Joelle King, the number 2 seed. Looking in very, very fine form. They're just even getting a little bit of luck on that drop shot, Joelle King, clipping the side wall, which wasn't quite intentional, but she won't care. Everything going the way of the New Zealander, and a lot to think about for Sabrina Sobhy. So it's the second game to Joelle King, 11-4 in 7 minutes. She leads by 2 games to love. So Joelle King serving 2-love up in this first semi-final, the women's event here in Washington. Squash on Fire Open. Still looking in majestic form, Joelle King. Still waiting, Connor, for that response from Sabrina Sobhy. Do you agree? Do you feel like she's slightly underperforming?
I think so. I think she just hasn't got her teeth into this match. That is down to Joelle mostly because of the way that she's playing. I think her weight of shot to the back has been near enough perfect. She's not missed, and every chance she's got to take it in, she's taken it into the front really severely, and I just don't think Sabrina's got an answer for it today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Joelle King, you can always describe when she's playing at her very best, which includes today, as extremely clinical. She's got all the other great attributes. We talk about her athleticism, her determination, and I think her concentration is one of her big plus points. But being extremely clinical is she's made a career out of.
Yeah, not to take anything away from Sabrina and the previous performances that she's had against Joelle over the past year, but I do think that she found Joelle at not a very good time in her squash. So, but she seems to have put that to bed and looks really confident this week, especially.
Certainly does. Good bit of momentum still here in the third game. Just no lapses really from the Kiwi.
Interesting that she's going open stance into the back corner on her left leg. I don't know whether she does that all the time, but it's you don't often see that on the backhand side. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's just a technical thing or maybe she's got a slight niggle. You see it a lot more with French players over the years, don't you?
I guess that would make some sense as Thierry Link, who's the coach in MIT. Did Sabrina go to MIT?
Very good point. Very good point.
But she's got a chance to get herself into the match now. Putting some good rallies together. Definitely needs to capitalise on this, and just a few awkward movements into the front. Both left and right sides, especially on that one there. Maybe something to do with an injury or not sure.
But I mean, like you said, she hasn't had many really long matches, but it's just the fact that she's been on court. She's in the semi-final.
There is a taxi waiting for Joelle outside, though.
An Uber.
Ubers now, yeah.
Better width from Sobhy. Just getting up the court and trying to take it a little bit earlier.
Joelle's just so clinical with any loose ball around the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. You really have to hit your marks against Joelle King, especially when she's in this kind of form. The confidence just gets higher and higher as the match wears on. Now she's got that little 2-point buffer.
seems like every drop that Joelle puts in seems to be a winner.
Yeah, that's right. It's either a winner or it's the next point is an easy put away for Joelle King. Hardly any unforced errors from the Kiwi. Just playing the right shots at the right time. The shot selection is spot on from King. That's one of the few errors that we've seen in this whole match, this whole semi-final. Just a small chink of light, really, for the American player. She does have an outside chance here, Sobhy. If she just sticks in and raises her level, and there it is, that cross-court drop shot on the backhand side. She's got some wonderful skills, Sabrina Sobhy. Fantastic mover, but good with the racket when she gets her confidence up. Now just within 1 point. That's good pressure from Sobhy. Crowd getting behind her now here in Washington. The American just getting her tail up a little bit in this third game at the business end. And this must be just about the first time, Connor, that she's taken the lead in this match, Sabrina Sobhy.
Yeah, I think so. She's put together some... Oh, it's going to be a stroke. Oh, no left.
Wow. Well, you can hear the
I have to agree with Joelle on that one. How that can be a no-let.
Yeah, I thought the same as you there, Connor. And Joelle King. Looked more like a stroke.
Definitely. I think the ref said that she took the wrong line. Well, I'm sure I could have sworn the ball was coming back to Sobhy's feet.
Well, that's going to be a stroke as well, or is it not close enough to the body? But you can see just a little bit of extra confidence and a spring in the step from Sabrina Sobhy. She's got 2 game balls in this third. A really good chance to just put a bit of doubt in the mind, but one save from Joelle King.
Yeah, huge rally coming up.
Good shot there from Sabrina Sobhy. Return the serve. She was very brave, taking that ball in. Cross-court drop on the volley. The serve wasn't quite good enough from Joelle King. She paid the price as her younger opponent takes that third game. The local hero. 11-9 to Sabrina Sobhy in 9 minutes. Joelle King leads by 2 games to 1. So Sabrina Sobhy, the only American player left in the event here in Washington, the Squash on Fire Open, with a chance in this match. It was looking like she was done for. Just played a little bit better at the back end of that third. And now I think we're going to see even more of an improvement from the American.
I mean, she definitely looked more comfortable at the back end of that third game. It's well tidied up from Joelle. I think if Sabrina can keep that intensity for this next game, some errors might creep in from Joelle.
Yeah, absolutely. She's good enough. I feel that's what I was saying to you. I've seen Sobhy play a lot better than she did in the first two, and I'm glad that she picked up her game in the third, and just asked a few more difficult questions of the number 2 seed. Obviously, it's great for the event with Sobhy being American. I'd like to see a really good battle and see it go all the way in this first ladies semi-final. Just a bit careless there from Sobhy.
It's a clever shot.
Very clever shot from Joelle King. Just showing all of her experience here. Obviously, she's had a bit of a disappointment in that third. True champions always find a way to get themselves back on track. They have a little bit of a dip in form.
Yeah, Sabrina needs to hang tough this part of this game. Oh,
It's an interesting one. You don't often get that at this level where the ball flies off the back wall and then it's too tight going forward. A wry smile from both players. Good to see.
she must have been practicing that one.
Yeah. It's a nice finish. Well, it's not a finish because it's been given as a let ball there. Connor. Just cleverly keeping her nose ahead in this match, Joelle King, using all her experience, all her tactical nous.
Yeah, I think we've seen that a few times this week. Some of the more experienced players just getting wins over younger opponents just by using their experience. Mohamed against Patrick Rooney the other night.
Definitely. I mean, that's
some tough moments.
A great example. Yeah.
Yeah, some tough moments in that match for ElShorbagy, but he just managed to find a way to win the big points.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's had some time out, hasn't he? And he's playing against one of the best young players around, your mate. And Patrick Rooney did incredibly well, but as you say, ElShorbagy, like Joelle King here is doing, just using that experience to find a way to come through. The difference here is that Joelle King has been on her A game really. Apart from the third, she was absolutely fantastic in the first two, and for most of this fourth, it's looking like. That's an honest call from Sabrina Sobhy. Difficult to see from here, but it looked out.
Yeah, we're talking about experience. This is Joelle's 421st PSA World Tour match. So,
well, that's pretty impressive. There's a lot of hours there, Connor, on the squash court in the heat of battle as well. Pressure situations. And you've only got to look at Joelle King's CV to see that there's a lot of success in those matches over the years. So 7 match balls for the Kiwi number 2 seed here in Washington. Very impressive performance from her. Sabrina Sobhy has been one of the stories of the tournament, coming through to this semi-final stage unseeded. But it looks like today it might be just a bridge too far. There you have it, Joelle King, the number 2 seed from New Zealand, coming through. A nice warm hug between these two players, lots of respect, and Sabrina Sobhy will be disappointed right now, but she's had a fantastic event. King coming through, 11-5, 11-4, 9-11, 11-3 in 36 minutes.
Congratulations, Joelle. Well done. There were some people asking me something. How does a player like you deal with a, let's say, less good call in the third game? And I can't say bad because they're listening upstairs. Yeah? So how do you deal with that? Because I think the mental aspect in such a situation is very important, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, a player like Sabrina winning the third game when you're 2-love up can change a match sometimes. And I was saying all sorts of words to myself over there in between the game, but I try and sort of get it out of my system and come back on and just start the game as though it's 0 all in the first, and just forget about it really, because you know there's going to be calls that go your way that don't go your way, and you can't finish the match and say, oh, if only that call, da da da. So yeah, I just try and let myself like get some naughty words out and then regroup and try and play like it's the start of the game.
So looking at tomorrow in the final, how do you prepare yourself for that? So let's say, what are you going to do the rest of the day? Is there something specific that you do before a tournament, before the final day?
Weirdly, like squash players are quite superstitious. They don't think they are, but you know we have the same routine. Like every morning, I'm up at 7 o'clock down at Tatty Bakery, having my breakfast. I come along here and hit at 7:50 in the morning, get my body going, stretch. Yeah, it's going to be like any other day this week. I know I'm going to have a tough opponent in the final, whoever it is, but I hope they really kill each other.
Let's hope that Tatty Bakery is open tomorrow morning, otherwise you have a problem there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Joelle King. Okay, in a few minutes we will continue with the first semi-final for the men's draw. So a bit of patience, get something to drink, maybe a quick snack, and then come back for the next round. Thank you. his seat. The first player I want to introduce you, he beat Cesar Salazar from Mexico in the quarterfinal. He's 25 years of age, living in Cairo, world rank number 16. He likes music and he's specific, very good quality mover on the squash court, as you will see. Ladies and gentlemen, from Egypt, Youssef Soliman. And his opponent today, after a fantastic match yesterday in the quarterfinal against James Russell from England. He's 27 years of age, world rank number 8, living in Birmingham. He likes boxing and CrossFit. He's a great mover on court as well, very fit. His nickname is the Golden Tiger. Ladies and gentlemen, from Wales, Joelle Makin.
So welcome back to the Squash on Fire Open. This is the first men's semi-final here in Washington. And we have the number 2 seed, Joelle Makin from Wales against Youssef Soliman, the number 4 seed of Egypt. Joelle Makin on the backhand side there on the left in the all-black kit. Both very, very strong around the court, similar strong movers, very explosive. Well, I'm Simon Park, and joining me for all of these 4 semi-finals is 5 times Merseyside champion Conor Sheen. Good evening, Conor.
Evening.
These two have played 4 times before. The head-to-head is 4-0 in the favour of the Golden Tiger. But the last time that they played, which was actually 3 years ago now, in the World Championships 2019, was a really tough battle. 3-2 to Joelle Makin, 11-7 in the 5th in Chicago. What are your thoughts today?
I think it will be close again tonight. Youssef looked pretty comfortable all week. Joel's played two English players in his first 2 rounds, beating Nathan Lake, who's probably playing the best squash he's ever played, and James Willstrop, who, as we both know, former world #1, who's dangerous on any day. But two, say, similar physiques, as you said, both strong, low centre of gravity on both of them, good movers. You'd say that Youssef probably has the more weapons in his arsenal, but as in terms of attacking play. But Joel is regarded as one of the fittest players on tour. His movement is fast, it's smooth, so it's going to take a lot to break that down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the reason why Joel Makin is so high in the world these days and has had so much success is his ability to get into the zone so easily. He does it time after time, and he's got great levels of concentration alongside that fantastic fitness and explosivity. Soliman, as you said, he's maybe a little bit better with the racket, but maybe a little bit more attacking, but perhaps makes a few more errors at crucial times.
Yeah, definitely. He's shown over the past year, 18 months, he's shown glimpses of what you'd call like top 10 form, Soliman, but he's not really been able to pull that together in a match against a top 10 player, which is what he needs to do to break that.
He's definitely one of the players that the top players are a little bit afraid of. He's certainly got the weapons there, as you say. He's very strong and fit, great explosive movement.
I think he's in that chasing pack of there's a bunch of players who are trying to hunt down that top 10 ranking, the likes of Greg Marsh, Soliman, Youssef Ibrahim. So I think a lot of what these players need is just a win against a top 10 well-established player, and I think Youssef's definitely capable of that tonight.
Joel Makin tired already. He's doing the shoelace trick.
You'd be very familiar with that.
Oh yeah, especially at this age. So here we go, the first men's semi-final here in Washington, Squash on Fire Open 2022. Fantastic battle commencing here between Wales and Egypt. Nice easy stroke, nice solid start there for the Welshman. Actually, kind of the first time they played went to 5 as well, back in 2016, the Kent Open. That was in the first round.
Joel win that.
Joel's fallen up in the head-to-heads.
I think Joel won that event.
Oh, sorry, the event. Yeah. Hard to believe that's 6 years ago. Joel Makin has been on a fantastic. Well, both players have been on great journeys, but particularly Makin since then. It's a good bit of pressure there from Soliman, picking up the pace slightly on that forehand.
I think Joel's is a bit like Paul Cole's story. It's a tale of him not really being the best junior, and like he would admit that himself. But with just hard work and determination, and just finding a way of playing that he was comfortable with, he's managed to get himself to, top 10 in the world. He's beaten Ali Farag at the US Open, and he's well established now as a player that I don't think anyone would want to play. No one looks forward to playing Joel Makin.
No, you're absolutely right. And if you'd have asked people 10 years ago, even 6 years ago, that tournament mentioned the first time these two played, you wouldn't believe Joel Makin would be in this position. but the biggest thing in sport, Connor, is what's between the ears, really. And you can do amazing things with even sort of limited talent, or say a little bit less talent than some of your peers. And if you've just got that mental strength and a bit of ability to go through some pain in training, then you can go a long way.
Is that something that you had in your game when you had that
Not limited
kind of
talent.
I didn't want to say that. You said that. That kind of just keep getting one ball back kind of mentality at times. Don't want to take away from your squash ability, obviously.
Yeah, it's definitely something that saw me in good stead. That determination and just a good toughness, really. And I think that's what Joel Makin has got. And you mentioned Paul Cole, of course. He's going to be the new world #1, amazingly, on the 1st of March. Just incredible, really. But the toughness is the biggest thing. I think the mental toughness. And as you pointed out earlier, that's a bit of luck there for the Welshman. You pointed out no one wants to play Joel Makin. And if you can make yourself into that kind of player, then you're going to go a long way.
Yeah.
Good squeeze from Soliman. Firing himself up here in the Squash on Fire Open. That's clever stuff from Joel Makin. Not renowned for those little tricky shots around the front of the court, but that was well played.
Do you think he's getting better at stuff like that? I think he's.
I do, yeah.
The subtleties of the game, taking the ball in short. I think he's starting to bring more of that into his play.
Absolutely. I think a couple of years ago he was pretty good at the kills. You know, if he was taking it short, it would be kills on the volley. And off the bounce, but not great with the touch and the tricky shots. But that's definitely improved, as you say.
I think one of the first times he appeared on Squash TV, it might have been the first time, he played in the Swedish Open and played Cameron Pilley. And I think when we still had qualifying, he got through qualifying, played Pilley on the glass court, and you could tell the physicality was there, but taking the ball in short, if you watch it back, he was really not good. Like any ball that you'd think play a drop shot, it was near the service line. Taking
was
it in
around 2016, 2017?
2016, I think. He's a very meticulous about his game. I know he analyses a lot and always tries to get that 1% better each day, and that would have been something that would have been on his mind that he needed to get better at, but it's obviously hard to do.
Yeah, I think we could be in for a long match here, Connor, with as we said, the styles of these two are a little bit similar. The physicality.
Yep, I think so. Which Joel definitely won't mind.
Absolutely not. He'd stay on court for 8 hours if he had to.
I think he's all recovered from a slight injury he got in the Black Ball tournament in December, where he was 2-love up against Paul Cole, and and strained his adductor, I think it was. Had to withdraw.
Yeah, that was a shame for him because he was
Yeah.
playing tremendously well in that match. He really was on his way to a fantastic win against his big rival. But unfortunately, it didn't happen for him that day.
One thing I don't think he gets a lot of credit for is when he started to use a few more holds around the middle. So I played him a few months ago, and you just expect like the rallies to carry on and hit to the back a lot and a few kills, but actually the threat that he's got because his kills are so good, the hold becomes really effective. So there's another kind of dimension to his game that I don't think many people would give him credit for.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. It's those kind of things are quite subtle when you're watching on Squash TV. It takes being on court. I mean, not many people get the chance to be on court with these guys. Dare I ask how the result went?
It was 3-love.
Okay.
Not to me.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Points?
Yeah, I got some.
There were some.
Yeah, there were some. He got most, but I got some.
Well, I think most people listening are just jealous that you got the chance to be on court with him. Just like to give a shout out to fellow countryman of Joel Makin, Jethro Binns, former Welsh international, and his girlfriend Harriet, who are watching this match, supporting their fellow countryman. No doubt on the wine and the beer as well, seeing as it's Saturday night.
Soliman not happy with that pick-up from Joel.
Really not happy.
Thinking it was a carry.
Just got to be a little bit more precise, I feel, there, Soliman, especially on the cross courts. Well, as expected, Connor.
That's a great shot.
Both players giving no quarter, and he just read that cross court. I don't think it was a particularly bad cross court from the Welshman, but it was just the anticipation from Soliman, which was phenomenal.
Yeah, he did well to control it. There's quite a lot of pace on that cross court as well.
He didn't want to play that, did he, Connor? That ball was tight. such a mental battle, this one, Connor. Just a question of who blinks first, really.
Yeah, a lot of games at this level are all mental battles. Everyone's fit, everyone's strong. Some more than others.
Yeah, but
That's
as
a
you
great
said,
shot.
that both players are hitting with some real purpose, and you've been on court with Joel Makin, and there are those extra little subtleties that you don't see whilst you're watching. And it's the same when I look back to one of my rivals, Peter Nicol. You know, he did a lot more than people gave him credit for. When, you know, you couldn't see it until you're actually on the court.
Did you get many wins over Nicol?
I got a few, but I think generally he had the upper hand.
Soliman not happy with that.
Both of these players quite strongly giving their opinions. Don't know how you feel there, Connor.
I thought that was a no-let, personally. I thought that Joel was quite lucky to get it.
Fair enough.
Because the shot was very good. Needs to keep his head on here, Youssef.
Well, this is the thing I was alluding to. Yeah, I was alluding to it earlier. I just think mentally, it's certainly not weak, but it just in comparison to somebody like Makin, who, I mean, he can be like a brick wall, can't he? Both physically and mentally on the court.
Yeah, had two-point lead there at 7-5.
Yeah.
And then 2 decisions later, it's 7-all. Needs to not get dragged in.
I'd also like to give a shout out to man who says he's got the best backhand in Yorkshire, Declan Christie. He's having a few bevies on a Saturday night, watching the squash. Leaving Declan. How times have changed. Not in the clubs of Leeds. Well, he might be. He might have his laptop there, but
He will be. That's a great finish. Ball just popped out from Joel.
That's a great finish there. Very clinical. We're using that word quite a lot in the previous match with Joelle King. There's another player here on the right-hand side of your screen who likes to employ that word. Local parity, though, still in this first game. Neither player ready to relinquish what they have. Well, it's a very good shot there, Connor, but not too much clearance. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, tricky one. I think the ball's really tight, but is there a chance he could go up the front and get it?
Go up and round a little bit.
Yeah.
So hard to call this first game, Connor. What are you? But I'm going to ask you, just what your hunch is here. Do you get a bit of a feeling either way?
I don't particularly, but I think Joel. I think he's got a point here, Soliman. You look at the shot that he played; it was straight, didn't clip the sideboard, straight into the corner. I don't think there was a lot of interference. I think Joel could have gone and played that if he wanted to. I get his frustrations, but he's got to keep a lid on it. Crucial
Certainly
part
has.
of this first game.
It's going to take all of his energy just to get anywhere against Makin. He can't waste any getting frustrated.
So I think he's just told Soliman that he's not clearing. So surely the decision should be stroke if he's not clearing, and he's told him twice already. Little smile from Joel looking at Youssef after he threw the ball.
Yeah, he doesn't mind a bit of a physical battle, and if there's a bit of argy-bargy, it's no problem for Joel Makin, as he has 2 game balls in this first men's semi-final in this Squash on Fire Open in Washington. That's going to be a stroke there, Connor. Absolutely furious, Soliman, but he can't really argue about that last one. Crowd appreciating that first game battle between these 2 warriors. So Joel Makin, the number 2 seed from Wales, takes the first game 11-8 in 21 minutes. He leads by 1 game to love.
Against me, I'm totally agree. But there is a few, if you wait for a second, I swear it's no let. Definitely no let. I'm just saying. I didn't. There is one was really tight one, and you give it let with no reason. If I ask for explanation, I just want to understand your point of view.
So the Welsh number 2 seed, Joel Makin, drawing first blood in this first men's semi-final here in Washington. Youssef Soliman getting exceedingly frustrated in that first game and still putting his point across in between games. Connor, you felt like he had a bit of a point there early on.
Yeah, I think the ref should have been a little bit stronger to Joel to say that he should have made more effort to play it. As much as Youssef might have been in the way, Joel has to make a considerable effort to get to the ball as well, which I'm not sure he was doing. So I can see Youssef's point.
Very ambitious shot there from Soliman. Just clipping the top of the tin as he adjusts his laces. Joel Makin patiently waiting as he bounces the ball. Just going for a little bit too much there for me, Connor. I think Soliman trying stuff that's not really on, a little bit ambitious at times.
Yeah, there's being proactive, but you've got to play the right shot at the right time, especially against someone like Joel, who doesn't give you many chances to take the ball in.
Well, that was pretty rare for Joel Makin, actually. Just going for something, nothing from the back of the court, backhand. Neither player wanting to go in too short, and just as I say that, Youssef Soliman taking the ball nice and straight and low on the backhand side, Makin unable to recover.
Yeah, I think those are the type of attacks that Youssef's got to utilise. Because I think if he takes the ball in with drops and Bosi, Joel's so quick onto it with a counter or another push deep, that it's got to be smart when he takes the ball in short.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Connor. It's about being smart on the court, having that squash IQ turn right up. It's one of the most important things, and the key to winning these types of events. Going back to Mohamed ElShorbagy, he's somebody that's done that for so many years, and he's been able to win matches when he's not been at his best. He will be in action later on against Iker Pajares, the number 7 seed from Spain. Well, Connor, it's hard to tell in these situations how close the opponent is. How close, in this case, Soliman is to Joel Makin.
Yeah, I didn't think that could have been I don't think he'd have argued if that was a stroke or a let.
Sure.
I think Soliman's glad that he didn't swing though.
Yeah, good point.
He's just so consistent with his length, hitting Joel. Never seems to miss a back corner. So difficult for Soliman to get in front.
Yeah, it's a conundrum, isn't it? I mean, he'll be trying to somehow break down the game of Joel Makin. He's a skillful player, but he's not in the same vein as perhaps a Ramy Ashour or a Gawad. You know, he has to work a little harder, but perhaps that plays into the hands a little of somebody like Makin. They're just trying to take the ball short on that backhand side, just to work Makin a little bit, get him in the four corners. I think I would try to twist and turn him a little bit, use some hold.
I think that's worked well in the past when he's, like I said, James Wilstrop has good matches with Joel and testing because of the variety that he's got in his game. And that's what you see with all the top 8 in the world. There's a lot of variety in their attacks and the rallies.
Who do you think on the men's tour has the most variety at the moment? Who's currently playing?
Most variety, in terms of shots, you'd probably someone like Youssef Ibrahim. He's 16 or 15, 16 in the world.
Yeah.
I think he has tons of variety in his game, but I think with him it's about pulling it all together. When all his shots are going in, he's a world beater.
He's unplayable, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's quite unorthodox as well, isn't he, with his lefty style.
I think he has tons of variety, but sometimes he's got too much that he doesn't know which shot to play. Yeah. As if that could ever be a bad thing to have too many options, but with experience, he'll learn how to harness them properly.
Yeah, he's certainly one of the most exciting players to watch, as you alluded to. And I think with that unorthodox style and the deception as well, and obviously being a lefty, he is really one to watch on the World Tour.
Will be coming back from injury, though. I think he's had surgery on his knee, I believe. Or he's had an issue with his knee.
Yeah, I hope he has a speedy recovery.
A little bit too heavy on the drop shot there, Joel.
That's good pressure from Soliman. Just making Joel Makin do a little bit of extra work around the court.
Yeah, these are hard rallies now.
They really are, and I was just thinking, how do you get Joel Makin out of his comfort zone, really, in terms of movement? It's very, very rare that you see him off balance. That should have been a drop shot. A guess there from Soliman.
I think that kind of speaks volumes as to the way Soliman's feeling in this match so far.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic rally there, appreciated by this Washington crowd. But you're absolutely right, Connor. When somebody hangs back and sort of slightly guesses, you know that they could be a little fatigued, if not physically, then maybe mentally.
I think Youssef's having to work so hard to win points against Joel.
Joel Makin might be querying that ball that was tight to the wall. Should he lose this rally? It's going to be another long one.
Joel will be rubbing his hands together with these rallies that are happening now.
Yeah, it's a good finish from Joel Makin. He was so aware of where his opponent was at the end of that rally. Again, Soliman just half guessing, really. It's a good sign for the Welshman. I mean, that was great racket work, wasn't it? Off a tight ball there, Connor. Just nudging the ball. And it was almost one of his best drop shots of the match.
Yeah, he's very good in that area, just leading with his racket into that backhand corner.
Yeah, and the shots now coming from the return of serve into the tin from the Egyptian. Another good sign when you're on top. It's going to be a stroke to Makin. So 6 game balls now for the number 2 seed from Wales. It's pretty typical of what Joel Makin does to a lot of his opponents over the years, just breaks them down mentally and physically. Great accuracy there from Soliman to pull a point back. Certainly not saying that Soliman is finished, but he's doing just enough here, Makin, to keep on top. And there you see another sort of shot of resignation, really, from Youssef Soliman.
Yep. Yeah, worrying times for the Egyptian.
Very worrying times. Joel Makin finding that breaking point against his Egyptian opponent here in Washington. So Joel Makin takes the second game 11-5 in 14 minutes. He leads by 2 games to love.
Done, Hannah? No. I was going to toss it for you. I'm so sweet.
Well, a fair bit of work to do for Youssef Soliman in many ways here against Joel Makin, who's got his tail up, the Welsh number 2 seed. Looking very, very confident in this first men's semi-final. Must be very, very frustrating, Connor, for Youssef Soliman. Like, his game is being negated quite well here by Joel Makin, and the frustration must be setting in.
Yeah, I can imagine so. I guess he can't be too negative about his own game, otherwise he'll get nowhere in this match. But he started brightly in this opening rally. Needs to try and hunt the volley a little bit more, take some time away from Joel, which is difficult to do because his movement's so good. But at 2-love down, you've got to try something different to get yourself back into it.
I was
think
going to
if
ask
it carries
you
on the same way.
He does have a bit more in his locker, I feel, Soliman. I don't know if you agree. He can take the ball earlier. I've seen him play some phenomenal matches over the years, but obviously you've got to give a lot of credit to Joel Makin.
Ooh. I agree with that decision. I think he thought Soliman was going to be in his swing, but by the time he actually got to the ball, there was no danger of him hitting him there.
Yeah, Joel Makin just saying that it was for safety, but I think I agree with that, Connor.
I think he said he hasn't asked for anything all game, so he should have that one. But I don't think it really works like that.
No, but I think you and I have probably made comments like that before when we've been on there. Are you going to deny it?
I'm quiet as a mouse when I play squash.
Yeah, this is bound to happen now, Connor, as players get a little bit more weary in the back end of the match. It's going to be a bit of interference here and there. As I say, Joel Makin I'm not saying he does it or wants it, but he doesn't mind a little bit of interference on the court. He uses his physicality.
I think it is part of the modern game now. I don't think you'll find many squash players who never get involved in any interference, or because if you hit a good shot down the line, and sometimes you can't get out of the way, but it's how you deal with it. There's players who obviously don't deal with the interference well. The conversation with the ref, it gets in their head. The squash starts to go because they're not thinking properly, and there's others who don't mind it and can stay concentrated.
Yeah, and Joel Makin is certainly one of those players.
I do think it is just part of the modern game now, and you get people talking about blocking and other things like that, but I think you are entitled to take your space.
Blocking? What's that, Connor? Never heard of it.
I don't think you can block in racquetball.
And we've got two big guys here in a small space. Great athletes. Going to be a bit of interference, but Youssef Soliman has made a great start to this third game. Just a little towel break, just breaking a little bit of momentum perhaps for Soliman. If he can, he's aware of the talents that his opponent has here, Joel Makin, even though he has that 4-0 head-to-head over a period of 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I think he's stepping up on the volley a little bit more this third game. Not sure the pace has changed much from the first two, but he's not hit any errors yet, and he's just asking a few more questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Without using his mouth as well, which is what I
Yeah.
was going to say. He's just a lot more concentrated, Soliman, and he's reaping the rewards here. 4-0 lead. He's showing us the kind of squash that we know we can play here. It's going to be a stroke.
Yeah, Joel trying to show that he was out the way, but from where Soliman was, his line to the ball was straight through Joel, I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% a stroke, and 5-love lead for Soliman. Now it's just a case of keeping it going, really. Keeping his mouth shut and keeping concentrated on the task in hand, not worrying about the referee too much. First point on the board for the Welshman in this third. And Soliman will be fully aware of what it's taken to get to this position of 5-1, but at the end of the day, it's only halfway through a game. Still got a lot of work to do, a lot of concentration. That was a lovely flick from Makin.
Joel just showing that he thought it was a carry on the back wall.
Have to get PJ in to explain that one.
He's got to be careful here, Soliman. He doesn't want that 5-love lead to count for nothing. He'll get back to what he was doing at the start of this game. Finding his length, stepping up on the volley.
Yeah, this is the problem against Makin. Points are so hard to come by. Really just got to keep the foot down, keep the foot on the gas. Not make any stupid errors. Wow, it was a wonderful finish. Great movement from Joel Makin. The initial drop shot, fantastic accuracy.
And all of a sudden, a few conversations with the referee and Joel's back to within one.
Tight work from Joel Makin. And again, Soliman just losing his cool. He's got to hold it together. That's the difference, really, between the two players. There's not a lot else in it.
And you can see Joel smiling. This is playing right into his hands.
He loves it because he knows he can keep a cool head in some very, very tough situations.
Oh, he's fuming. He is fuming.
It's an understatement.
But again, I think there was a line on on the right side of Joel.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's a lovely finish. Lovely finish from Joel Makin. That's one of the things he's been working on. Just a little bit more disguise, delay, trickiness, you might like to call it, at the front of the court. And it's paying off. 2-love and 7-5 to the number 2 seed. And that's going to be
8 points in a row.
Yeah.
That 5-love lead from Soliman just disappeared so quick. Not simply by having a conversation with the referee, but it's not helped his concentration. And Makin has just gone from strength to strength.
Yeah, he's taken full advantage, the Welshman, using all his experience at this level. Well, rare as hen's teeth, that kind of error from Joel Makin. And Soliman will be really relieved with hearing that ball go into the tin.
Oh, that's great movement. Good finish.
Yeah, wonderful
Good
stuff.
follow-up.
Soliman just showing his what he can do, just getting his head back together. Every time he keeps silent for a period of minutes, longer than 6, 7, 8 minutes, the points start happening for him. Yeah, it's very, very tight stuff. Good countering from Soliman there.
I thought that was all right. I think he just kind of whiffed it off the sidewall, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Joel thinking it was
agree.
a carry as well.
Yeah, things just getting a little bit nervy, close, dangerous perhaps for Joel Makin. He'll keep calm, as we keep saying. Well, I'm not sure there is that much effort there, Connor, from Joel Makin. I think that's the right decision.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I do too.
So 9-8 Soliman.
Big chance.
Yeah, just a couple of points away. He really needs to step up and keep his concentration here. Maybe be a little bit brave. He's going to get the rewards there, Soliman. So 2 game balls now for the Egyptian. And a chance to stay in this match, this semi-final here in Washington. Well, you can just hear there, Connor, a few words from Joel Makin. So boring. Just getting into the mind of Soliman, perhaps. The business end of this third.
Yeah, just saying that he keeps asking for everything.
Gone back to the slightly more attritional stuff, and then the forehand drop goes in. Well,
Yeah,
Soliman
definitely
just checking, just checking with his coach or one of his supporters. So a game ball saved here for Makin. The number 2 seed will be incredibly keen to get this done in 3. Should he be able to get into the tiebreak?
Simple let there. Plenty of interference, and Joel's on his way to the ball.
Looking a bit tense over there, Connor. It's getting close here. Well, again, some interference.
That's nice of Youssef, just showing Joel how to move and how he can go get the ball. That's good of him.
Yeah, I'm not too sure these guys will be going for a beer after this semi-final, Connor.
No.
Quite a few words been spoken. They're not too happy with each other, and a mental error there from Soliman. Straight off the return of serve into the top of the tin. Joel Makin has found himself into the tiebreak in this third. And that is dangerous for Soliman.
It's a great shot.
Oh, wonderful shot there. Crucial time for Joel Makin. Absolutely incredible. Very, very impressive there. So match ball. Oh, Joel Makin very impressed with his own shot there, but it's ultimately going to be a let ball and another chance for Makin to go through to the final. Well, both players getting very frustrated with the referee, feeling he's not seeing certain things. The subtleties, perhaps, of each movement. But we still find ourselves at 11-10 match ball. Number 2 seed. Well,
has he given no let?
He's given a no let there.
No,
we were just a bit quiet.
I don't understand that. I really don't understand that.
No, I mean,
how the previous one, when there was hardly any contact, but Youssef kind of stepped into Joel's way, and that one there was more contact with the same thing, and it's a no-let. I don't understand
Sure.
how they're different.
no,
But I
agree
think this is stemmed
with
from
you.
the first game. I think the referee gave a few of the same situations as a let, and it doesn't promote it, but it enables players to get away with it and try to get in the way.
Well, it's the first
If you
time.
take a harsher line, either a no let or a stroke, then early
Yeah.
on, and stick with it, then these situations don't happen. If
Well,
you
it's
know
the
you're going to
first.
get penalised for not going to the ball, then
Yeah,
you're not
sure.
going to do it.
First time we've seen Joel Makin actually sort of hang his head down for quite a few seconds. That's a great shot and a great reaction from Youssef Soliman. And now he has a chance of staying in this match with the game ball at 12-11.
I think it's a bit optimistic to be after a stroke there, to be honest.
Very optimistic. And Youssef Soliman hanging tough here in this tie break.
Oh, that's a great finish. He's
Yeah,
tried that a
very
few
brave.
times, Joel, using that cross court kill, cross court nick as an option. Oh. Well,
Some
Joel
real
obviously not happy with
frustration.
that.
Yeah, some real frustration happening here.
No let given. Very harsh, in my opinion. I don't really understand the line that the referee's trying to take here with the lets and no lets that have been given. Huge lack of consistency, which is the most frustrating thing as a player, is the lack of consistency with decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there doesn't seem to be a line, sort of a way of thinking, as you allude to there, really, so that you know where you stand as a player. Hence why both players are getting very frustrated. Well, that was a good bit of mental resilience there from Youssef Soliman, considering how frustrated he was getting during this match. But when he kept quiet, he would get on a run of points, and it was quite dangerous for Joel Makin, as he asks for a new ball, which he's entitled to do at the end of the third game. So Youssef Soliman, the number 4 seed from Egypt, takes the third game, 14-12, 26 minutes. Joel Makin leads by 2-1. So here we go, Connor. In this fourth game, much better concentration and focus in the end from Soliman. Managed to string it together and show some of his best squash.
Yeah, he got himself stuck in that third game. I think winning that definitely spur him on here. Started to step up at the start of the game. Had that 5-love lead.
Yeah, he nearly squandered it, didn't he? Well, he did squander it, but essentially he still won the third. And he's still in with the shout in the semi-final. It's the most frustrated I've seen Joel Makin at times in this match. Both players really struggling with the way the referee's thinking. As are you, Connor.
Yeah, I'm the same, to be honest. It's just the lack of consistency, and all players want is clarity as to what decision, what movements to make. Good pressure by Soliman. Start of this game.
Yeah, he's got a really sound game, hasn't he, Soliman? When he puts it all together, he's got good technique, movement. You know, a lot of the boxes are ticked in terms of being a top squash player. One of the best in the world, which he is. Just got to keep that mental toughness in check throughout the whole of the match. Just guessed a little bit there towards the end of that point. Got himself in a bit of a dodgy position. Well finished by Makin.
Don't know what he's not happy with now.
Tight work back down this backhand from both players. Fantastic channel games. Of course, it's the kind of thing that pros work on all the time, trying to keep that ball as tight to the sidewall as possible. Just as I say that, an intentional shot down the middle, you have to say. Referee not feeling it was loose enough to be a stroke. It's good play from Makin, just taking it behind the service box, perhaps a little unexpected for Soliman.
Yeah, I think his swing is the same for a drive and a kill, so he's got that deception to hit kills at the back of the court.
Well, we were just talking earlier about the way that people like Joelle King and we mentioned Mohamed ElShorbagy, how they sort of dust themselves off and get up, and even if they're not playing their best squash, perhaps just take a dip in the mental endurance. They always find a way to, or nearly always find a way to come back. And this is what Joel Makin's doing here. 7-love in this fourth game.
Yeah, it's really impressive. His mentality, having lost the third game and feeling really hard done by and frustrated, to jump straight back on in the fourth game and come out to a 7-love lead is testament to him and his game.
Well, I mean, it's just a lot to do with his personality, isn't it? You know, people are always talking about working on their mental toughness, and some people are just not wired up the same. I think Joel Makin is just one of those people that is very good at not letting things bother him, and that's a perfect kind of personality really for a squash player, any top sports person.
Yeah, definitely.
But particularly in a sport like squash, where it's one-on-one, and you know it can be a bit aggressive at times. Joel Makin absolutely laps it up. Good holding play from Joel Makin on that backhand side. Again, not doing anything out of the ordinary now. He's got that 7-1 lead and the 2-1 lead, Makin. Both players keeping pretty quiet now as well with the referee, which is good to see. That's a wonderful kill there from Soliman. That's one of his best shots. The forehand kill. We haven't seen it that much in this match. He's not been allowed to really by the Welshman, but just got a little bit of space behind the right-hand service box. Fantastic execution there from the Egyptian.
Well, a few words being exchanged.
Yeah, it's quite a feisty match, this one, Connor. Just a little bit of frustration there for Joel Makin, but a simple let ball. Just 3 points away from a final berth here against Mohamed ElShorbagy or Iker Pajares. Huge rivalry Joel Makin has got over the years with Mohamed ElShorbagy. Managed to score a couple of wins against him. As you said, Connor, earlier, even for Mohamed ElShorbagy, Joel Makin's the kind of player, should he get through, that people don't want to play. Not to write off Pajares, of course. He's going to put up a a really strong challenge, I think, today. Fantastic semi-final for him. Well, Soliman still feeling that he's getting blocked out with 1 or 2 points here. Quite happy to say it in front of Makin and the referee. Won't bother Joel Makin though. He'll be quite pleased that he's frustrating his opponent. He'll just get on with the task at hand. Real cat and mouse stuff in this rally, but it's Joel Makin. He just gets a little bit of luck in the back left-hand corner. Great width, though, you have to say. Just pushing ever closer to that final position. Just 2 points away now, Joel Makin. I know I keep banging on about mental strength, but that's just been the small difference, I feel, so far in this semi-final today. Well,
so a stroke.
Yeah, it has to be a stroke.
First stroke that he's got.
Yeah,
from that type of situation.
Absolutely.
He did get a no let for that as well earlier on in the match. Which is mainly the main cause of Joel's frustration throughout this game.
Just inconsistent, but that's a fortunate response for Soliman. Saved 1 match ball there from the 5. Still 4 though, and he's taken it. Joel Makin with that cross-court nick on the backhand side. Very, very positive. A cursory handshake from Soliman. As I said, these two are not going to be joining each other on the right-hand side there in the bar after this match, after the shower. And a wry smile from Joel Makin as he wins 11-8, 11-5, 12-14, 11-6 in 81 minutes. 3 games to 1.
It's been quite a tough match, tough semi-final. In the beginning of the match, I saw you playing a lot to the back, being very patient, and just going to the front. If he went to the front, was that a bit of a plan for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was working perfectly, but you know, when the referee gets involved, it's archery, and that's the problem at this level. Is they're just getting it wrong. Both of us there were just a mess, so it brought us both into a situation we didn't want to be in. I just had to get our lines through and get on top of it, and that's it.
So what do you do, let's say, from a mental perspective, if you feel like things are not going the way that you think you should go? Do you have some kind of a trick, something to think about?
Yeah, I just try to worry about myself. If I'm hitting my spots and I'm beating them around the back, then I'm in a good place. So that's what I try to worry about, and try to let them get a bit more in line about it. But that's a real balance. You have to be up for it and aggressive, but you have to be sort of as controlled as you can be in that kind of situation.
I saw you change the ball after the 3rd game, and then obviously it becomes a different kind of game again. I saw you adjusted to that very well. Was that also something that you really want to do?
Yeah, I mean, a faster ball just gets the rallies a bit more attritional, and you can worked the ball a bit more. When the ball dropped off his balls, he was good in the third, and he got some quick points. So he needed a bit more energy in the ball again, get it through, get it behind him, and put a bit of work into it.
Just for you guys, as a player can choose to change the ball after the third game, so it's not necessary, but he asked for the ball. So one more thing, tomorrow morning, how long do you prepare for your match? As a warm-up type of thing?
2 hours.
2 hours?
Yeah, about 2 hours.
Okay. So you have breakfast at 7 with Joelle, okay, you have that.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to you. See you tomorrow. Okay, give us another, let's say, a few minutes at the court, please get in the court, and then I will introduce you to the players for the next match. Semi-final women's draw. It's going to be a fantastic match. Two great players coming up. See you in a minute. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. We are ready to start the next semi-final. Semi-final for the women's draw. The first player I want to introduce you. She's a fantastic squash player, known by her diving on the court. Very hard to read, very skillful, very nice to watch. She is 28 years of age, lives in Cairo with her husband Iker, world #1. She likes traveling, And she has a baby of 7 months old. She took a long break in squash. And yesterday she told us that she didn't think she would miss squash so badly, but then she really wanted to play again. She came back. Her nickname is the Black Widow. Ladies and gentlemen, big hand of applause for Nour Tayeb. And your opponent today, we are so pleased and happy that she is in Washington DC at Sport on Fire. She's the world #1 world champion. She was the youngest world champion at the Juniors with 30 years of age, so the girl was 19. She's 26 years of age. She lives in Alexandria. She likes shopping, as I told you yesterday. She was beating Nelly in the quarterfinal. And she's got a nickname as the Warrior Princess. And she's won 4 times world champion. Ladies and gentlemen, world #1 world champion, Nour Sherbini.
Well, welcome back to our viewers for this Squash on Fire Open 2022 in Washington. We have the two Nours, Nour ElShorbagy, #1 seed, and Nour Tayeb, the #3 seed, both from Egypt. Nour Tayeb recently, relatively recently, having a baby, coming back on the tour. This is her first tournament away from Egypt. Fantastic result already to get to this semi-final stage. Came back from 2-love down against Subramanian yesterday, who played fantastically for the first 2 games. Great bit of experience and determination from Tayeb to come back. And Nour ElShorbagy, in your picture there, just doing a bit of last-minute practice, having a fairly straightforward run, just dropping 1 game against Mohamed in her first round. Looking imperious as ever, the warrior princess. It's going to be interesting to see, Conor, though, how Nour Tayeb can back up against this kind of quality in the semi-final of an event like this.
Yeah, definitely. Having not played for that amount of time, and then coming back playing at Blackball, and then playing again this week. How will she recover after that 5-setter last night? She's not had to do that for a long time. So yeah, looking forward to this one. Should be entertaining. These two, when they play, like to utilise the front of the court.
Certainly do. Yeah, both very different styles. Both fantastic to watch in their different ways.
Speaking of recently having babies, must pass on a congratulations to yourself. Having
Thank you very much.
Little girl last week.
Yeah, young Connie. She's now
great name. Where did you get the inspiration for the name, Connie? Wasn't anything to do with your favourite squash player, was it?
No, you're called Connor. Sorry.
Oh.
But yes, yeah, it was all about you.
Yep.
It was going to be Connor if it was a boy. Yeah, I think my girlfriend Lindsay is, well, she's a squash player herself. She's getting a bit of inspiration from Nour Tayeb. She's a little bit behind her in terms of the recovery, as it was only 9 days ago, but she'll catch up. Great achievement for Tayeb. She'll be feeling it a bit today, having to come back from 2-love down.
Yeah, I think so. And then there's obviously no harder task than to face the world #1 as well.
Yeah, it's never easy on the PSA World Tour. Of course, Joelle King is already waiting for the victor of this semi-final. Shouldn't be too weary wherever she is. I assume she'll be watching this match. She might just be having some dinner, but she's come through fairly unscathed into this final in Washington. Joelle King. These two have played 21 times previously. It's quite incredible. I don't know if you had a look at the head-to-head earlier, Conor, but did you, or would you like to take a guess?
I haven't, but I would guess that Sherbini is ahead.
She is ahead, but would you like to guess the numbers? I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just doing a little quiz.
I'll say played 21 times. 14. Sherbini?
Very, very, very close. 15-6 to Sherbini, which is quite extraordinary, really, against a player of Tayeb's quality.
Yeah, but I guess if you look at Sherbini, she's been at the top of the game for the last, as long as I
Since she
can
was
kind
12.
of remember. Yeah.
Well, those results stem back to 2010.
Right.
A long rivalry between these two. I guess it's funny though when you talk about rivalries. I remember they asked Andy Roddick about his rivalry with Roger Federer, and I think he was about 12-1 down. So he said, "Well, it's not really much of a
Can't
rivalry."
really call it a rivalry.
Yeah, Tayeb's doing quite a bit better than that, but it's yeah. I think most people will have fairly poor numbers against Sherbini.
Yeah. I think our main challenge at the minute is keeping Nour and Gohar in the world #2 position.
Yeah, not an easy task at all, that one. Gohar, another absolute warrior on the court.
They'll be the 1 and 2 seeds for the upcoming Windy City Open in Chicago, happening next week.
Just a few words between these two. Hopefully it won't get to the kind of situation we saw in the previous match.
No, I can't see it with these two.
Certainly Sherbini doesn't really say too much, does she? I mean, she stands her ground for sure, but stays fairly quiet most of the time.
I think both of these players are good hitters, good movers. There's not going to be much.
Yeah, pretty accurate most of the time. Tayeb says a little bit more on the court sometimes, but usually with good humour. There she is talking to herself. Do you talk to yourself much on the court in Yorkshire League?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. It's usually, I'm glad no one hears it.
Yeah.
It's usually just having a go at myself a lot of the time.
That's fair enough. That's lovely touch from Tayeb.
Yeah,
great 1-2 there from Tayeb, taking it in nice and short in the front left, and then anticipating the volley beautifully.
So yeah, she's got great racket skills, Tayeb. One of the reasons why she's been able to come back so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree, and I think the fact that she reads the game so well, so she can cut down her movement most of the time, although we kind of think of her as doing the odd dive and flying all over the court, she does read the game tremendously well, Tayeb.
Yeah.
It's just that when you're playing against somebody like Sherbini, it's pretty tough to read everything. There, as I said, you know, Tayeb just standing the ground, saying a few words, but it did look like a stroke to me. I don't know what you think, Connor, but 4 game balls in this first, the #1 seed, Nour ElShorbagy. Well, I would say 1 saved, but it was given away, that one.
Some errors in this first game from Sherbini. Maybe slightly nervous.
She could be a little bit more nervous than usual because a bit more pressure, perhaps, knowing, you know, her old rival is here in the semi-finals, but you know, just a few months ago has given birth to her child, so the pressure is even more on Sherbini to win this match, perhaps. But she takes the first game 11-7 in 9 minutes and leads 1-0. So Nour Sherbini, the #1 seed, is leading by 1-0. It's the recent first-time mother, Nour Tayeb, who's making a comeback on the PSA World Tour. Looking at those stats again, it's you have to go back 4 years. The last time that Nour Tayeb actually got a win in a 5-set match. It was back in 2018 at the World Championships in Chicago. She did get a win in the World Tour Finals in a 3-set match, 2-1, back in 2020 in Cairo, Nour Tayeb, but those wins have been sporadic over the last 12 years. It's like playing in the States though, Nour Tayeb. Of course, she got that famous win at the US Open a couple of years back.
The same one as Ali.
Yeah, when the husband and wife won the tournament together. I think that was the first time it had ever been done on the same day. I think, even, you know, compared to other sports where it had been done, I think, but on separate days, separate events. Absolutely incredible achievement from both players. But her results on American soil do seem to be pretty good, Nour Tayeb. She feels comfortable here.
Well, this coverage being brought to you by SQUASHTV Lite. Still the same SQUASHTV, but more of a stripped back production,
lighter.
so we can try and get to more events.
Yeah, certainly. I think the more TV coverage, the better. For all the squash fans out there.
Definitely.
It's fantastic. I mean, when I'm not commentating, I'm a fan. I love to see, to keep up with all the events all around the world. It's good to see as well on the right-hand side the barflies behaving themselves, keeping nice and still. There's a couple of players earlier on in the week that weren't too happy with that.
Yeah.
That position.
Yeah, can be a distraction. Did you like playing on glass courts? Did you?
I did. Yeah. I think it probably would distract me if people were moving at the side, but yeah, I did like playing on glass courts, and there weren't as many permanent ones like there are these days in clubs, and there's, especially in America, the modern clubs. I did enjoy the TOC in Grand Central.
Yeah.
Never won it, never got further than the semis, but always enjoyed playing on it. US Open as well, that moved around quite a bit.
Yeah. Good finish, Sherbini.
And there's a Sherbini squeak after that forehand drive, just to spur herself along.
That's a poor error.
Yeah, just a little bit weak there. That's the kind of error that you see after some time off. I think just it's not always that you kind of lose the physical side. It's just the mental side in a really tough battle sometimes, and you can switch off, like Sherbini almost did there. Absolutely wonderful though that Tayeb is back after giving birth. One of the most exciting women's players, I think, for the last 10 or 15 years. Some absolutely incredible wins, incredible tournament wins.
Yeah, she's provided some great moments on the PSA Tour.
Really has. That's good play, clever play there from Tayeb. What's she going to do here?
Oh, she's all over here. Fair play to Sherbini.
What a finish. She had Sherbini all over the court there, Nour Tayeb. She's using all her skills in her locker. The lob, the forehand lob, was my favourite shot in that rally. Well, this is interesting here. So 5 game balls now for Nour Tayeb to equalise in this semi-final. Now you see a lapse in concentration, really, from the number 1 seed, Nour Sherbini. It's not very often you see that from her. Just playing a few extra practice shots in the break. Nour Tayeb couldn't get off the court quick enough as the number 3 seed takes the second game, 11-5 in 7 minutes. The score is 1 game apiece. So here we go, Connor. Good equalisation there from Nour Tayeb.
Equalisation. We having that as a word?
It is now. Decided. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, she looked a little bit flat in that first game, and Sherbini just dominated proceedings as she usually does, but it was kind of the opposite that happened in the second. Sherbini came out a bit flat, and Tayeb just grew in confidence with every point.
Yeah, there was one or two errors like that we just saw on the back hand side from Sherbini as well. It was quite rare. It's not often you see a lapse from the number 1 seed, Sherbini. All her records just speak volumes, really. Absolutely incredible resume.
Vintage Sherbini there, working the length to the back of the court, forcing the loose ball and then finish it off clinically.
Again, lovely finish there, wasn't it? The backhand side, she loves to take the ball short, especially on the drop shots. Sherbini.
Yeah, she's really dangerous on that side.
Connor, did you see the whole match with Subramanian in the quarterfinals, or just the highlights?
I didn't, just the highlights. I
She's,
did call a Malaysian win there. I was surprised when got the result through.
Well, she's a class player, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's a wonderful player, and I caught bits of it. I think some on a replay and some on the highlights, but she's an unbelievable player, Subramanian. It's just for people that perhaps don't know her, she's not maybe as famous as these two. She's definitely one of the best young players around, and it was a great win for Tayeb.
Yeah, sits just outside the world top 20, but a regular name in the platinum and surrounding events. Certainly one to look out for.
Yeah, myself and Joe Barrington were commentating in Nantes, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, and saw her there for the first time, and she was fantastic. Important point, that last one for Tayeb, just to keep in touch here with Sherbini. She knows as well as anyone that you have to do that, or the warrior princess just pulls away from you.
She's playing really accurate squash here, Tayeb.
She is.
Oh.
Yeah, she's putting things together well. She's using the angles. That's going to be a stroke.
Has to be. It was a poor shot and no clearance.
You're just getting a little bit frustrated here, Sherbini. Not quite ready there. She doesn't often say much to the referee either. If she does, you know that she's feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, maybe watching the match previous has had some bearing on it, potentially.
Possibly. It's a bit of...
Just made her think about the
Yeah,
ref.
just extra stressed.
Yeah, she doesn't look her usual relaxed self.
Oh. Well, she's making plenty of effort, that's for sure, as always, Nour Tayeb.
She seemed to carry on sliding then after she was down.
It's tight work from Tayeb, just forcing that loose shot from Sherbini. It's got back to complete parity here, 1-1 and 7-1. Asking a few difficult questions of the number 1 seed. Again, that's just rare as hen's teeth, isn't it, from Sherbini to... She was in such a good position. It's like missing an open goal, isn't it? You're a football man. That is really an open goal for Nour Sherbini. Yeah, an absolute sitter. She's got to get over it though.
That's brilliant.
Well played.
She looks really comfortable out there tonight. Just hitting the space constantly. Easy thing to say to players to do, just try and find the space, but Tayeb's doing it to perfection in this game. Still quick.
Certainly wears a heart on her sleeve, Nour Tayeb. So just 2 points away from a possible lead here for Nour Tayeb. Be an unbelievable story if she could create an upset here in Washington. Some real cat and mouse stuff here between these two. It's certainly not up and down the line here. Lots of explosive movement. Oh, and just going for it there. Yeah, just perhaps forcing it. Pointing vigorously at her head. Nour Tayeb. Such a fine line though, Connor, isn't it? You've got to, you can't sit back and be negative against these champions like Sherbini. You have to be a little bit brave at times.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the shorter rallies are definitely benefiting Tayeb. Has to use angles to move the world number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. She's doing some great things on here, Tayeb, today. I would suggest going and playing that, Connor. I know it is the right decision, but just keep the continuity. Yeah, absolutely. It's causing a lot of problems for the number 1 seed here. That is a fantastic finish. I mean, just as she was asking, don't think she really believed it there. Tayeb, the shot was too good, and it's given Sherbini 1 game ball here in the 3rd. Chance to take the lead here for the number 1 seed.
LBW.
Yeah, I think she thought about saying something there, Sherbini, but couldn't quite find the words. Basically, she hit ball back at herself and well, diving there, Nour Tayeb, but just not finding the purchase on the ball, which is the most important thing to achieve, really. So another game ball, but in the tie break now for Nour ElShorbagy. She's done it, and it was such an important, such a crucial shot there. Tayeb knew that her shot going forward was not quite good enough, and it only needed one attempt for Sherbini to put it away. Just a little bit more practice again is interesting. Sherbini quite keen to do the solo practice in between games. But it's Sherbini, the #1 seed, that takes the third game, 12-10 in 12 minutes. She leads by 2-1.
They don't know me.
So what do you think now, Connor? Do you think that we're going to see Sherbini wrap things up, or we're going to get another response from the new mother?
I think Sherbini's going to wrap things up. I think that second game was a bit of a mental blip, but I think coming back from 9-7 down that last game as well has just given her all the confidence that she needed to see this one out. It's a great recovery from Sherbini.
It's a lovely finish. Typical Sherbini, that. Some good movement from Sherbini. It's not actually renowned for her movement, is she, Sherbini? But
no, but it goes with her style, because
yeah, I mean, she's tall, isn't she, in language, so she can't really move in the same way as Tayeb, perhaps, or some of the other slightly smaller players.
She's similar to like a Sarah Jane Perry, where her squash kind of protects her movement.
Yeah,
her
absolutely.
Being accurate, and she doesn't have to do those harsh movements that other players do.
What a shot there. It was a little bit fortunate perhaps, but I think she did kind of go for it. It was a tight ball, and the boast was definitely not expected. That's well played. A lot of people just wouldn't have the dexterity to straighten that kind of ball, but Sherbini does. She does it time and time again, and people get flummoxed.
Yeah, I think going back to her movement, she's aggressive with her movement at the right times. It's getting onto balls at the front when she recognises a chance.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, she reads. We talk about Tayeb reading the game. Sherbini is a master. Squash IQ, of course, very, very high on that. But one of the biggest things for me with Sherbini is her temperament. I mean, we're talking a little bit about the mental toughness of Joel Makin and people like that earlier, but the temperament of Sherbini, of course, she's mentally strong, but she doesn't say much on the court, and she just lets, things don't bother her, or if they do, she covers it up incredibly well.
Yeah, she's very calm, sticks to her task. That's a great finish. Coming off the last match where there was a lot more action to the back of the court, it's been nice to see so many amazing drop shots in this game. The touch
Well, you
that
mentioned
these two possess
earlier about variety, and there's been a lot of that in this match. Two of the most talented players of their generation, these two. Just a little bit too close to that one. Couldn't adjust in time there, Tayeb.
Yeah, the right shot to play.
Just clipping the top of the tin there, a bit late onto it perhaps. Having a little chat with herself, Tayeb.
It was Sherbini who beat Tayeb on a return back to action in the black ball event in December in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think, well, you're always going to come up against Sherbini eventually if you have a good run.
Yeah, she did well to beat Hannah Ramadan in the second round there, and then came up against the formidable ElShorbagy, who ended up winning the event.
Yeah, I would imagine it's a great win to beat anyone on the PSA World Tour after you've come back from having a baby.
Yeah.
It's extremely impressive when any sportswoman does that. I remember Kim Clijsters. You remember Kim Clijsters at tennis coming back a few years ago after having a baby? And she did a similar thing. I think getting back into the top 10 in the world must be so difficult. She read that one. She was all over that, Tayeb.
has to be a stroke.
I think it's getting a bit nervy now for Sherbini, although she never really looks it, as I said. Doesn't give anything away, Warrior Princess.
Yeah, it's a big moment in the match.
Certainly is. Joelle King will be in her hotel room or at the restaurant, wherever she is, just hoping this goes to 5 games.
I can't see her at the bar. On the right there.
Well, if she is, she'll be on the energy drinks, I think. Not the San Miguel.
No.
Other beers are available. That's a great shot. Great preparation there from Sherbini. The racket head was well above the ball, so she was able to cut down on it. So that's 2 match balls now for Nour ElShorbagy, the #1 seed here in Washington. That's good movement from Sherbini.
Great shot.
It's well played. It was really well crafted, that rally in the end from Sherbini. Made her opponent work really hard. A fantastic tournament. Very, very impressive from Nour Tayeb, you have to say. Being a mother for the first time a few months ago, it's quite unbelievable really to play at that level. But it's Sherbini who comes through 11-7, 5-11, 12-10, 11-8 in 42 minutes. She's in the final tomorrow against Joelle King.
Congratulations. Well done. I know that playing against Nour, it's very hard to get in the rhythm because she plays very unpredictable. There's no rhythm for you to find. How do you solve that in this match?
Well, I go way back to the last time, 15 years. 15 years ago, we've been playing against each other, and it's never easy or never good against her. And it's really hard to find my game, and she gets everything back. She got really good shots from increasing court, so yeah, she's unbelievable to be playing like this after her career. How much you do it? The only difference is they play against each other, but yeah, I'm sure she got you.
You have to talk a bit louder.
That's the loudest, and after this match I can talk more than this.
I will translate what you just said. Yeah. Okay, so tomorrow you're going to play Joelle King. Complete different type of player than Nour, obviously. How are you going to prepare for that match?
Yeah, try to recover from today's match first, and try to go home, talk to my coaches, and prepare the game plan. Actually, we've also been playing against each other for a long time, so that's the challenge. Try always make something different because everyone watches the game and try to learn, try to improve. So it's always challenging to surprise your opponent with different game plans.
Okay, thank you so much. Congratulations, Iker. Good luck tomorrow. Nour ElShorbagy. Okay, well, we need 2 minutes to clean all the sweat on the guys back home. Yeah, I mean, it's all over the place, yeah? So it has to be clean. So we come back in a minute or 2, yeah? Thank you. For the last semi-final. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to start with the last match, the last semi-final. It's promising to be a great match. Two fantastic athletes. First one I want to introduce you. He's from Spain, living in Barcelona. He's 25 years of age. He beat Greg Norman yesterday in a long match. Very physical. He likes escape rooms and food. He's the number 1 seed of this, number 7 seed of this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, from Spain, Iker Pajares. And his opponent is a legend in squash. Everyone knows him. From Egypt. He's 31 years of age, living in Bristol. He likes coffee and reading. He can't combine that, actually. He won 3 times the US Open, the winner of the World Open in 2017. He's called the Beast of Alexandria. Ladies and gentlemen, big hand of applause for number 3 of the world, Mohamed ElShorbagy.
Welcome back to this final match of the semi-finals, the second men's semi-final for Squash on Fire Open 2022 in Washington. And we have Iker Pajares, Bernabeu, number 7 seed of Spain. You can see on the left-hand side in the white top, against the number 1 seed, Mohamed ElShorbagy of Egypt on the right-hand side. Mohamed ElShorbagy is having a little hiatus recently, but he's starting to make a bit of a comeback. He's had a reasonable run through. Had Omar Massad yesterday in the quarterfinals, which was a reasonably comfortable 3-love, but a tough match with the Englishman in the round before that, Patrick Rooney. He was struggling at 1.1 love, I think 7-4 down, something like that, managed to win in 4 in around the hour mark. It's a very good performance, or group of performances from Pajares, the number 7 seed, coming through against Greg Lobban of Scotland yesterday in a tough 4-gamer, and Tayeb Aslam of Pakistan before that. Well, I'm Simon Parker, and joining me for this final match is 5 times Merseyside champion Connor Sheen. How you doing, Connor?
Good evening. Doing well.
Now, the big question: do you think that Pajares has got a chance here?
No.
That's well, to be honest.
I think that there'll be some good rallies, and I think that he'll make Mohamed think. But I think Iker is a type of player that Mohamed would love to play. I think he's fit, he's strong, he's fast. But I think to be able to beat and really push Mohamed, you need to be able to take the ball in really severely, and I think Iker is definitely working on that. But it's not the best thing about his game, and I think to beat Mohamed, it needs to be the best thing about your game. But one thing's for sure, he'll definitely get stuck in. He's a real warrior on court, Iker. He doesn't mind long rallies, doesn't mind long matches. Great mover, great athlete. And as I say, he's adding more stuff into his game every time I see him.
But I think you could be describing Borja Golan there. I think it's probably a little bit of the Spanish way in squash, but also in a lot of sports. He's
a big fan of Paul Cole and Joel Makin, the way that they play. I spoke to him at Canary Wharf in November, and he's a huge admirer of those two and the way that they go about the squash.
Yeah, he's a good mover, isn't he? Like you say, he gets stuck in. He likes to make it physical. He's obviously mentally tough.
Yeah.
But I have to agree with you. Perhaps Mohamed ElShorbagy is just a level too high. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's a great achievement, like I said, to get to the semi-final, and a great test for him against one of the best players of all time, Mohamed ElShorbagy.
Yeah, it's always interesting because of the fact that Mohamed's not played, prior to this tournament, hadn't played a competitive match since October, when he lost to Youssef in the Qatar Classic. So there were a few unknowns for him coming into this event this week, but I think since he played Patrick in his first match, he's gone from strength to strength. He's looked a bit more comfortable every time he's played.
Yeah, it's certainly been a while since he's actually picked up a trophy, isn't it, Mohamed ElShorbagy? So in the past he would do that for fun. So if he could take the title this week, that would be a big step in the right direction, a big confidence booster for ElShorbagy.
Just the 43 titles that he's won so far, Mohamed. Should be more than that, really. Yeah.
I remember, I think, when Jan Shakar retired, he had 99.
99?
Yeah, he got to
Couldn't have just
99.
stayed on.
Well, yeah, he had a few injuries, and then he did make a bit of a mini comeback or an attempted comeback, but couldn't. I think he just wanted to wrap up the 100th title, and he came in at a lower level, but he couldn't quite do it. 99 ain't bad though.
No, not bad at all. I wish I was one behind him.
That's really well straight from the Spaniard.
Yeah, using his movement to attack there.
Sherbini looking busy around the middle of the court, trying to step up. But of course, we're so used to over the years at his best being around that short line, hunting the ball.
Yeah, he's just
really pressuring his opponent there.
He's just lethal around the middle of the court, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is, and it's not always, you know, taking it to the front. It's just pressing and pummeling, and it's very, very difficult when you're behind Mohamed ElShorbagy to try and pass him or get comfortable on the court. And people talk a lot about Mohamed ElShorbagy. He's so powerful on the forehand. That forehand kill is very famous, but he's so accurate on the backhand. That backhand volley, he's quite happy to chip it long again, but he's always got options there. The drop shots and the kills too on that volley.
Yeah, it goes back to the top players in the world having variety, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
being
just
able
controls
to chop
you.
and change.
Yeah, you just feel like you're trapped.
Something that he's kind of brought into his game over the past 18 months is just mixing the paces up. But when he was younger, he would all-out attack, 100 miles an hour squash. But as you can see now, he's happy to lift a lot more and create opportunities in a different way than just raw pace.
Yeah, I think there's something he was, particularly with the lobs, he was trying to, you know, he's bringing to his game a few years ago, and with a lot of success, combined with the hard-hitting play and the aggression. A little bit similar to what Nick Matthew used to do.
Yeah. Great squeeze.
It's going to be a stroke, no question about it, as Pajares takes a slender lead in this first game, this semi-final. Joel Makin, of course, waiting for the winner of these two.
Been doing a bit of training together, Mohamed and Joel, I believe.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah, on social media over the last couple of years at least. I think there's been a few trips up and down the motorway between between Bristol and Birmingham, is it? Joel's based in Birmingham. Between Bristol and Birmingham, having some really, really tough practice matches with each other. Of course, there's still a long way to go in this match, but that is the likely final. You haven't had the call then from Sherbini or Makin for any practice matches?
No, they must have lost my number or something. Yeah. Yeah, not been on court with Sherbini. Played Joelle a few times. I don't think the practice matches would last very long, to be honest. We'd have to play English-American scoring, I think.
You do yourself a disservice.
You haven't seen me play recently.
No, that's true.
Opened up a good 2-point cushion.
Yeah, Pajares is just pulling ahead nicely here. Remember, I went to a camp in Spain as a coach a few years back. Must have been about 10 years ago, and he was one of the young players. Pajares, he must have been about 16. He was pretty much the best player on the camp, but I remember being very impressed with him at the time. He's made himself into a really good professional.
Yeah, I think that's a good word to describe him anyway. He's just professional, the way he goes about his squash on and off the court. He's makes sure he does a proper warm-up, cool down, what he eats. I know that he's quite meticulous in his routine, getting ready for matches and training.
I think you have to be, don't you, these days, whatever sport it is, but particularly squash. You know, where it's one-on-one, there's no hiding place. That's what you have to do to compete with the best. Can't put Mohamed ElShorbagy in those kind of positions on the backhand side. Too much space, too much time.
Give a let though.
That's a lovely finish. Lovely finish. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's the ability that Sherbini's got on that backhand side. Just being so clinical. It's a word we mentioned a couple of times this evening. Well played. Well played from Pajares. Onto it in a flash, using some explosivity to get onto that ball. Definitely caught Sherbini there.
Yeah, just on his follow through, I think.
Yeah, some connection. So just a let ball. Still 9-8 to the Spaniard. Some good tight attritional play from both players on the backhand side. Pace quickening up slightly now towards the end of this first.
Just gone for it again. Oh, it's great
what a shot. That was unbelievable for Pajares from behind the service box on the backhand side. An audacious shot really from the Spaniard, but it paid off for him. So 2 game balls for Pajares. Create a bit of a early upset in terms of games in this match.
He's just doing the basics really well, Pajares. Not giving Sherbini time on the ball, he's moving well.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it, Connie? You know what you're going to get with Pajares, as you said. Very professional. Yeah, it looked like the right decision. The ball was just a little bit too loopy and not enough pace going forward. So, still alive here, Sherbini in the first game.
Loves that backhand cross-court nick attempt.
Yeah, you see him get a few, don't you? Didn't quite do it this time.
Saw Joe Makin do a lot of them as well in his game. I wonder if there's some gap there on the court or something. Seems to be firing it into that front right a lot. Maybe a chance to take it in there. Chose to go back again on the volley.
Good defensive work there from Pajares, just staying nice and tight, trying not to give the opportunity to Sherbini because he will take it with both hands. Oh, that's well played from Sherbini. As I said, just not a clear-cut opportunity, but just sensing a little bit of space and time around the middle of the court and was able to whip it past the body of Pajares. So we're into a tie-break situation now. Work from Pajares. Maybe another drop shot would have been the correct shot. Some real quick fire stuff around the middle again between these two. Then back to the attritional lifting tight squash on the backhand side.
Yeah, it's really cat and mouse stuff. Oh, he's got the fortunate bounce.
Because usually players, when they go for cross-court drive, are trying to get it behind the service box, but that was short. Very fortunate, but they'll take it, Sherbagi.
Great finish.
Wowzers.
From Pajares. Slapped it into the nick.
Fantastic stuff, yeah. It all came from that length that he played on the forehand side. Got Sherbagi on the run and he anticipated. Wonderful finish there from Pajares.
Classic Sherbagi. Hitting the space into the back corner and then cutting a nice drop shot into the front right. Sets himself up with another game ball. Second one.
Absolutely. Like all great players, he just finds that little bit of space on the squash court. Just senses it. A little bit fortunate there for Mohamed ElShorbagy, just clipping the nick on the cross court. Very frustrating for Pajares. Played his part in that first. Some fantastic squash from him. Ultimately, it's Mohamed ElShorbagy, the #1 seed, coming through 13-11 in 21 minutes. He leads by 1 game to love. Well, Connor, I'm not sure if I did mention it earlier, but this is the first meeting between these two on the PSA World Tour. So great test, as I was saying, for Pajares.
Yeah, he's come up against some good players over the past 12 months. Been getting to last 16 rounds of platinum events and playing some of the top players in the world. Something that he really enjoys. Something that he's trying to learn as much from as he can.
Yeah, it's good to see that we have a pretty strong Spanish team these days. It was always, in the past, just really Borcagola and just carrying the flag really for Spanish squash on the men's side. But there's a few sort of behind Pajares now, young players, and did well in the European Championships just before the pandemic a few years ago. Things are looking very good for squash in Spain.
Yep.
If you were in the corner of Pajares as his coach, kind of what kind of things would you be saying after that first game, given the information that you'd seen in that first?
I think I'd try and tell him to keep the intensity up from that first game, stay busy around the middle, maybe to lift a bit more from the back just to get Mohamed out of the middle, because that's where he's so dangerous and does most of his best work, is anything around shoulder height, around the middle. And just keep being, he has sort of a fearless attitude in that first game. He fired a lot in short, because I think with the movement that he possesses, he's able to cover a lot of ground quite quickly, so he can be a little bit more proactive going short. So definitely keep the intensity as high as he can.
So you think the most important thing really is trying your best to keep it off the volley of Sherbini if possible?
100%. Yeah. Anything around the service box area on either side for Mohamed spells danger.
Well, he is staying busy around the middle, as you suggested, Pajares. That's what he's good at, but just not quite accurate enough at the end of that rally.
Wicked post.
Yeah, it really was.
Wicked.
And you could see the urgency after he knew he'd won that point. He was sprinting off to the left service box to continue Sherbini. He's looking very, very keen to get on with things. Obviously, he'd love to get off in 3. If at all possible, he's going to need all of his energy to beat Joel Makin. And he knows that full well, as you said earlier. These two, Sherbini and Makin, have practiced with each other a lot in the last couple of years. Just seemed to be a couple of points earlier where Pajares almost didn't run, but he seems to have quickly got himself back into the zone. There's only a couple of points adrift now. Yeah, it's pretty loose.
Yeah, I think he just needs to straighten up here, Pajares. Get his length back.
Clever play from Sherbini, just such great awareness on the court. The anticipation is incredible. Just seems like, I don't know what you think, Connor, but there's a little bit of lackadaisical movement at times from Pajares. I don't know if he has a slight injury.
Yeah,
or
he's
running
moving
out of ideas.
I think he's moving a little bit differently than he did in the first game, or whether he's just leaving the ball too short and too loose that he knows what's coming from Sherbini's racket.
Well, it's another easy error really from Pajares. It was right on his racket, handing 4 game balls to Mohamed ElShorbagy. Yeah, as you can hear, Pajares just asking for 3 minutes self-inflicted injury time, which he is allowed to have. It just seemed like he was stepping back a little bit, and the movement was a problem.
Yeah, something was not right.
But Mohamed ElShorbagy won't be too worried. He's taken the second game 11-6 in 8 minutes. He leads by 2 games to love. So while we've got this 3-minute injury break, I'd just like to give a shout out to people watching on Facebook, YouTube and TikTok. Thank you very much for tuning in. And if you'd like to watch tomorrow's finals, then you'll need to go to SQUASHTV, subscribe to that. And the finals will be starting at 1:30 Washington time tomorrow, which will be 6:30 UK time. And that will be the women's final, followed by the men's tomorrow. Oh, well, this is this looks very sad. It looks like Iker Pajares has had to retire. Two players here shaking hands and a warm embrace. Disappointing for both players. I'm sure that Sherbini would not want to get through to the final in this way, but Pajares has had to retire injured, so Sherbini is through to the final tomorrow.
So, Mohamed, I think it was the first game was brutal for Iker. You really worked so hard. You tried to show your game and you kept changing your pace all the time, fast, slow, fast, slow. I think that broke physically. What do you think about that?
Well, I was just saying to him, you know, you're a beast, you know, he played the nationals in Spain, played the final, and then he flew here, played here, arrived here the day before his first match from Spain. So Spain is not particularly very close to coming here. So he's done so well, to be honest, to make the semis. I mean, tough matches, so, you know, so I'm really happy to see him playing that well, you know, because Borja has been leading the way for Spain, and to have someone after him is always great for the tour. And I wish him all the best, and I'm sure we're going to meet many more times for the future.
Yeah, I think so too. He's still very young, and this kind of players needs to have more time on the circuit to get used to the pace, to the accuracy. So I think he's doing very well. Back to you. How did you feel this morning when you woke up? You okay?
Yeah, just very fast. You know, I'm feeling fine, you know, and happy to be playing the final here in Washington, you know, playing Joelle tomorrow. We're actually training partners back in England. We train together twice a week, every week. So believe me, like, when we play each other tomorrow, we will both know the shot that will happen before it even happens. But whoever's going to control the other person more, I think is going to come out as winner.
If you play twice a week, then you'll be more or less strong tomorrow. That's the rapid tomorrow.
I'm sure there'll be plenty, believe me.
Okay, yeah, you're both physical, obviously. I think it's going to be a fantastic match tomorrow. Thank you for the match today. Unfortunately, your opponent was injured. Thank you, Thank you very much. Well done. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much for joining us for the semi-finals tonight, and please join us tomorrow on Squash TV for the final. We'll see you then. Goodbye.